And with that, we'll. Oh, Jesus is bright! Welcome, my name is Raidra. Welcome to the Voice of Storms, and we're back with Zero Escape Virtue's Last Rewards. Last time we did some time hopping. We found almost every ending besides the last ending, which we are in right now. And if we look at the queue chart, this is also the only path we didn't take yet. And we're in the maybe final escape room. Bright jump scare, bright jump scare. We're in the last escape room. In the... Wait, this time is Zoom, Jesus. Huh? Huh? We are in the queue room. So, I don't know what to expect here. I think this queue is floating just there. Who the hell is doing that? Who knows? Just can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Oh. No! Is this Minesweeper or something? This looks like Minesweeper. Problem is, I have no fucking clue how to play Minesweeper. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it, huh? Cube, look at it again. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you click a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. Wait. Click a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. For example, so are 3 winning panels then, or not one? The hint that appears on the cube is different each side. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall on the right of that would be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall, and the wall on the left of that would be the west wall. That would mean that a hint that appears on the west side would also actually refer to the east wall. A hint that appears on the north side would also actually refer to the south wall. And a hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means that even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel. It's numbered. There are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Click the floor to view the smashes one more time. After this, it will be gone forever. Oh, no. No, 3 is not a winning number, it only means it has 3 around it. 4 is the best, means it's all around that one. No diagonal. Ah, okay. Everyone around 4 is a winning number, you say. Oh! Yeah, that's a good idea. What the hell? Interesting, so that's how this one works. I think there's more of them. We should keep going. Table. More bags. Okay, okay, okay. Let's do this again then. This is interesting. Is this some kind of best of all? I think we cleared this side then. Okay, let's go back again just for safety. We opened... Wait a minute. At least there's no losing condition. No, wait. No. No, wait a second. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Since this is 0, it means this can't be it, but this is... Idiot. Huh? What? Why did it go back in? Maybe you're doing it the wrong order. There might be another device you need to activate first before this one will stay out. Let's hope I can remember my stupid ass for that later. And we're back in circle 1. Okay. Let's start with the north wall then. I think it's this really huge thing. Screen down there. There's nothing on it. There's some card. Card slots again. Polling machine, the AB room. So that means we need to put some memory cards in. I thought so. What's showing us out of the wall? Look around more by exiting. Oh yeah, I was in the zoom version again. Okay, then let's go. Roll 6 dice to move them where they need to go. The direction on each side of each die must match a specific pattern. Choose which die you would like to move by clicking it, then roll it. Okay, let's give it a shot. But how do I know how to move them? There is no clue below it. But it is the one with the blue memory card. I don't like this. I don't like it. If everything in the rule is interactable, it's so annoying sometimes. So this is... seen something like this before. I mean, one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around it. No, don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kinda ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is... damn it. I can't remember. Let me guess. Green. There's nothing on it. Doesn't do anything when I touch it. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Do I need some darts for it again? Dartboard, I remember seeing this before. Who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just the board is different from the normal dartboard, you know. Let's try it out. What do you mean try it out? Isn't it obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza or you throw dart at it. We need some darts first though. Can I? Some kind of weird pattern on it. Maybe something's missing. Oh! There we go. Okay, I need... there's a binder and a... Ah, come on. Not every day you see a... I'm not even sure what to call this. A cabinet. Not every day you see a cabinet like this. It looks like each of these cubes has something in it. There's on the left hand like a binder and the one right looks like a memory card. We can't get them though. We have to punch through them. Don't. This is a reinforced glass. The only thing you're going for break here. Change the color to the correct ones by clicking the hexagons and triangle. Remember that you only have 5 moves to complete this puzzle. Puzzle somewhere before. Oh well, doesn't matter. Oops. No, wait. do it like this. Nope. No. Ah, for fuck's sake. Gotcha! Huh, did I solve it? That must be the answer. Nice it is. Some good work, Sig. Alrighty, red memory cards. And what's on the binder? Let's have a look. Some single piece of paper and it says Q Chamber Special AB. Q Chamber Special AB game? Hints for the AB game Q edition. There are 3 people will define choose ally, 3 choose people will definitely choose betray. One is a mystery mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to pass 9. Okay, let's look for a second what happens if we slot in just red. Ah, crap. Okay. Did I miss anything? Okay, let's go through it again. Let's start with the north wall. Well, we opened this part already. Okay, no. Yeah, I have to miss at least 2 puzzles. Because it said earlier that it has 8 puzzles together. Button clickable as well. Are you sure the bottom is clickable? Because I can't even get to the bottom. That's the thing with this, with both your Nonary games. The bottom is really not that clickable. I have a feeling that I'm... There we go. But let's not... Wait, can I... Nah, that's... Okay, no. Well, the darts. That's what I thought. The memory card we can get that's covering it. Get some darts out. Okay, I'll grab Get a score of 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second must land in the blue area, and the third must land in the red. Third dart, particular area, right, then release it. Yeah, okay. That's weird. I could have sworn I've seen the darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time to some other. At least this time it's not in a special sequence. Besides, well, hitting 100. Well then, time to get the good old Mafarino out again. We have 11, 16, 14 times 3. 2, 8. Is this a 7? It's a 7. So we have 14. We have 9 and 9 times 3 is 27. Wait. Are those? Oh yeah, there's are two 8s I have. And a 39. Okay, for blue we have 8, 24, 28, another 24, a 7, that was a 9, so we have an 8. 18. Another 24. And a 13 and a 22. And for red we have 14, 16, 21, 8, 26, 33. Okay. Since we apparently don't need all the need those higher to lowest number shit again, we can go a bit easier on it. So if I go, okay, let's be funky. If I go instantly with 42, we need. I don't have anything that has a full number though, so I have to be careful. Oh, can I get to? What is the best way to get to 7? Something with a 5. There's nothing with a 5 here. Okay, never mind. Wait. If I go 42, 48, then I have 70. I need 3 less. I do not have 3 less. Are those a separate 8 and a separate 9, or am I just stupid? Should be a separate 8 and a separate 9. Yeah, it's a separate 8 and a separate 9. I'm thinking too hard on the 42 again. Let's go something else. Let's go 39 for that matter. I go 39 with 28. I get 30, 50. 67. Gotcha. If I would hit the right number. Gotcha. Task is still undeniable. Saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand in the whole 2 meters and 30 centimeters away from the dartboard? Though I'm a fair man. High school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. That's great and all, but look, see this display case. Open up. Great door. I'm gonna put all the stuff to this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should have worn a cat suit. Just drop a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweatsuit. But I sadly guess that this will still not open up the PC. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then we are something missing for the... What am I even trying here? I have to do it by the book or it won't work at all. So those two were for this though, and this is... really just something missing. Supposed to do here? You don't know where the dice go. Well, yeah. There's nothing we can do here. We have to be more clues around somewhere. We should find those first. Small depression was transparent covering. It seems to be part of the table. Yeah, we are dead. Now I do not want to go. I don't think that that's the case, but I swear to the gods, imagine the answer is that I have to pull out one of the, Let me check something else first. This was... Let me be stupid for a sec. Although, do I want to do this? There should theoretically be a last button. You know what? We're gonna be that crazy. Let's be crazy for a sec. That was after the Excelivia. That is bookmark and that. Yeah, you are 7 out of 8 in 10, so there something is somewhere missing. Wait, am I just... Yep, this is not going anywhere. No, okay. No. Let's do this the proper way again. Going back here. This is the hollow pad with the safe. This is open. This was the dart thingy. The last puzzles were all very close to each other. That's the most irritating part. I'm kinda still fixed on that fucking idea that this might work. Fuck this. Let's go first again with this. This was a red 2 I need there. Blue 4. No, wait a minute. Blue 1. Now we needed a red 3, a green 3. What did I expect? Yeah, what did I expect? Now I have to find it. It was worth a shot, okay? problem, like I said, is this is the table itself. And this is for the memory terminal. This is the save terminal. And this is the dart. Yeah, that's the dart table. This was the shelf. That was the other part, the bigger part of the shelf. You're missing on the side of the dice one. Yeah, that's what I thought, but... Okay, where am I stupid again? I can't even click on those. Where? Okay, the ones are wrong. What the fuck? Okay, most likely everything I see it on the S there are reinforced. LOL. Maybe they changed something? I don't know. Yeah, and everything up here is most likely now zeros over zeros. Okay. Oh no, I see. These ones are already open. No, wait a sec. This thing was at least 2 by 2 big, so it was those. But since this is also We have this one open and this one open. But why is there a 4 here? You're on the right track. Good, that's good to know. No wait, that was a those were 2s, weren't there? Yeah, that's a 2. It's those and that. Wait a minute. That's a 3 again, so no, it's too big. That one is already open. We have those. Can't open those anymore. So this is already done. Nah. If 1 3 can't be because left above and right are connected, so the self would make it 4. Motherfucker! 4 books here. 4 purple books, that's for each one. There's nothing written there. I mean, all the pages are blank. Other books the same. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. 1 blank too. Something wrong. Something that one. Back or blank. It's just what? Well, there are some pictures in between the pages back here. 3 of them looks like it. Have a red die. Now we're talking. Oh, you motherfuckers. Okay. Wanna play asshole? Let's play asshole. Was it? Ixa. Buff, we want a free rat. Next is a green 6. Next to is a red 5, the blue 5. Then we need the green 4. And come on, don't be an idiot, Tadagami. Come on! How are you so good with those dice? I had to struggle on that. Consider the fact that I have, first of all, a cartographic mind, and second of all, I am very good in räumlichem Denken. I never got the numbers right where I need them. Yeah, like, do you mean like how I'm struggling right now with that fucking green 2? No. Okay, where did we fuck up? And here, 5. Got the perspective. Fuck you mean I got the perspective wrong? It's turned 9 degrees. What? Nah. That would be bull. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's still 8. And looking from the picture, the small... That looks like the wall. Wrong button again. All needs to be one side. Okay, look at the video now, you got it right the first time. I need to get the sides even right. The sides are wrong?! So I need one with the 2 free. See you tomorrow. As in no perspective shift. I'm gonna murder someone. Great, 3 has to look down, yeah. I need this. I somehow managed to turn everything around besides not in the right direction. Oh, come on! And I fucked up again. It has to be a trick. It doesn't have to be exact at that position. When we not did it that way, it didn't work. So, oh, it's the layout that has to be right, not the not where it stands or what. Free with the 6 on the. Six foot. Ah, shite. Gotcha! Motherfucker! Wait, what? 5 of the 4 down. Two with the... Wait, what? 4 with the 2. No, the 2 must be up for that to work. That means I have to... Okay, I have an idea what I want to do, I just have to reach it now. No, the 4 has to be up. Oh. No. The 1 has to be on the other side, okay. Apparently everything must have to be on the right position as well, so I have to somehow! Did I fuck up somewhere? Nope, the only thing wrong is the position. Oh, I'm getting mad right now. There's one thing to make me do the dice on the right position, but having also the floor on the right things? Fuck this. The fact that all the other puzzles were so relatively easy that this shit is now just straight up annoying. the fact that I'm also only getting it like partially on the right path, but not exactly, is what pissed me off more. Like, I made it work in two different directions now, but not both of them at the same time. Like, it just feels like I'm one secret step, like one specific sequence away from just nailing this. It's always just that one turn, that one position off. It's... Ugh. Wait a minute. That's a tourist. Man! What is this shit? It's even worse than a fucking parallelogram, because it doesn't feel like just me being stupid, but this puzzle being convoluted extra hard for no particular reason. I'm going feral over here. I'm going fucking feral again. How is it that I get it on every square besides the one I need, but not on the one I need in the right order? I swear to God, after that I don't ever want to see a puzzle game for the next 3 months. Why isn't it just the answer that the... Why is this not just the answer? Why do I have to have things to be extra complicated just for the sake of fuck you? It's simple stuff. It's simple. Don't tell me it is simple. Even if it started, my start is wrong. Don't tell me it is simple. Middle green, what do you say? So the 6 of 4 2. The trick to get them into position is a rotation clockwise the next counter that shuffles the numbers around in an orderly manner. So what I tried but just didn't do properly then. Wait, am I? Did we use the top right blue for the one that displays topper 1? By running one left then down to that position. Wait. No. Nee, rolling left then down. To the left again. Fuck all kinds of duck. Like I said, there's an easy fucking sequence if you just... Wait a sec. Let me guess that right is wrong. Yep, that's good terms. That's how I rolled is 66 mind freak damage. Oh, the 5 had to be... with the 4 in front, of course. Huh? Wait, what is it? Four with 2 in the front. The last person 2 with 3 in the front. Like that, huh? Okay, for the last the video rolls then all around. Oh Jesus! All around? Let's hope this has now this. Now it looks like he doesn't know either. We are this close. I will. Let's just hope. What I need a. The last thing didn't seem right. I think there was a 6 on the other side. So why did it now trigger? Fuck this. Us, A and B are all pairs consisting of 2 couples. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. First move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the... First moves the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next move solo C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. You can move them by sliding the icon. Pair and a solo align vertically with verses between them will face off against one another DAB game. You can still move icons even after you've placed them. Once an opponent has been selected, the games will begin. Choose to vote for the Us pair. Either ally or betray. The results of the match will be displayed along with the results of the other team. If the correct number of people reaches the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. But if the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, First answer, strive for 9 points with 6 cooperators. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay, let's work on the first answer first. Shit. Can I retry? Oh, what happens if I just do this? Okay, I seem to have infinite tries, so I can just... Okay, wait a minute. In round 1 now, we had A betray and E betray. Hoppla. We had B, C, and D ally. What did the rules say? 3 people would definitely choose ally, 3 people would definitely choose betray, 1 is a mysterious mirror man. Okay, so we have exactly the same results. Okay. Well then. Oh fuck, I could have tested something about choosing betray. Never mind. Oh, there's a bit of leeway in the dice game. If you get roughly 90% right, it counts. aka you can have 2 sides wrong. Fuck this! You know what, fuck this. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Oh, I have to. Let's go with the same combo, but this time swap the pairs. Because the middle dice are hard to see. BCD still ally? A and E still betray. What if we betray? Okay, got it. A and E always betray. B and D always ally. And C is the mirror. So we want 6 people or 6 cooperators to have 9 BP in the end. I think the answer then is CBD. Also, we take C, we patch B and D in a group, and we always ally. That's the passcode then. But we... So, for answer... Yeah, that's the code. We don't want that right now. Why is that note missing? Most likely... Ah, we have still a quest item, most likely, or something. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay, so how about we just gonna be an asshole? We take D, A, E, B, C. Okay, E is not allowed to make more points. E is always betraying, so not with us. If we just push them together. B and C will mirror each other. Then we take D. We betray. Huh? Wait a sec. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. Doesn't that mean that... Wait, what was the score in the end? Okay, wait a minute. C is the middleman. We take D with us. Let B and C handle each other, and A and E we betray. Let's do this again. No, wait. C's the... E had 9 BP with you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, now again. No, C is not allowed to win this round. C has to betray. E can safely betray B? Let's do this. B will ally. E will betray B. E gets then... Okay, and B stays low. C is a mirror, will betray A. Yeah, we win this. Gotcha! That's the answer. Different symbols, yep. Oh, that cube is weird. Save we've seen the other rooms. Alrighty. Sun, star. The last gold file, fuck you. And what is the other passcode? Sun, star. Are those Excalibur bottles? First off, yeah, are star cars? Cards. Ah, yeah, Excalibur. Oh, thank goodness. Don't know what to say. Quark is going to be okay. Yep. Get the stuff to Quark and Alice. And this is most likely playing once we're trying to get out the door, I guess? Because this doesn't seem to do anything else, but you know what? Then it's time to check the last fucking files. Maybe this can... This will be so confusing right now, won't it? A way of describing reality that adds a fourth dimension of time to the three dimension of space. It was described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski and therefore bears his name. What's the one fun fact from this? You learned something, here that there's one who always ally and one who always betray. Ah, this is why you knew this for certain again. Also the name of the ski resort of Miniature Crow. And that the grouping actually wasn't random? Lagomorph. The scientific name for the order in which rabbits belong and 03's actual name. Huh. Lagombi. Ah, Lagombi, that makes sense. When they were split up at the red, blue and green chromatic doors, Temujin told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was of course his identity and that he already knew all about Alice and Ice 9 and not because he'd heard about it from Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover as a solo was heard to say the following to Temyoji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair if you're telling the truth, then so what had Temyoji said to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote Ally. It probably hadn't been his original intent to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice than pick betray. A can stand for after and B for before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happens in this facility was part of the AB project. Oh, for fuck's sake. So who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered through the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. At the Nevada test site? So, like, in 999? According to the morphogenetic fields, or what? Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation password. These passwords aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. You can only give one hint plus one. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. Yeah, I read that about these deactivation paths when I had to look them up again. That was interesting. Well, let's get the fuck out of here, though. And nope, in the next game you will know who is for. Ah, okay. One more time. 2, 1. And with that, we just cleared the last escape room, didn't we? Escaped everything on hard difficulty. Yeah, hard my ass.
Huh, it opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. Sounds like something turning on. See, told you. The screen wasn't on before.
Right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. Lion is eating... Memento Mori, remember death. The ninth lion ate the sun. Yeah, this... Wait, that was also one. What was the second to last thing? Oh, of course. This was the ninth lion. But if that was the case... Mori... Remember death. Memento Mori. Dead again. Remember death. Memento Mori. Remember... Flashbang again. I know it's not that Nevada test site. Is it this time Kurashiki? Huh, that worked.
Sigma, look!
Well, you better head me off my socks now.
Akane.
So you really are Akane Kurashiki, dead Akane.
Her name is Akane Kurashiki. They've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked towards her, slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
Temiyoshi squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
Wait, please don't tell me my joke with Temiyoshi is actually Junpei is true. He closed his hand around empty and let it all out to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others.
Time to save Akane yet again. Oh no.
Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you've heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple.
Is it really? Is it really? It can't be as simple as this motherfucker kidnapped children and experimented on them because he wants to see faces.
Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
Two people? What do you mean the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum.
So we're in a quantum room.
Makes this the quantum room.
It took me a moment to realize she changed subject without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Junior, as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box.
I know about liches and how they have their souls in phylacteries. Having my mind in another place than my head than my body doesn't sound that far out of place. Also, I know about out-of-body experiences, I just never had one.
Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separately from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes transmit information. Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all be connected after all.
Why am I not surprised that you know how what experience feels like? Fuck is a rhizome?
Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see.
I get it, but this is just absolute mindfuck right now. Like, the fact that it's a rainbow root from the lab. Also that. Yeah, I was about to make a joke about it, but the whole fucking, with the, you don't see a connection until you see it from another dimension thing. I get it, it's just so absolutely fucky right now. It's like, imagine the collective of consciousness would be a visible grid. Like, we could see the mind connections between everyone. That would be fucky. Because it would be most likely fucky because it just is something we're not used to see or we are not supposed to see. Like, a biblically accurate angel, old god kind of logic. If that is absolute mindfuck, oh boy, then be ready for what is to come. It is not that much of a mindfuck. It is just on a what's it called? It takes a lot to visualize in my head, and therefore it's a bit fucky.
Things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Not again! Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. The morphing grid! I opened my mouth and asked him what it meant to but Akane was already talking again. Also, that means that Tenmyoji is 0.
When I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can
Completely
create is
believing that we are connected in the 4th dimension with all our parallel selves. It's literally just that. Not Tenmi is. Tenmi is not 0.
You
Oh.
can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before. sound silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a bad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life.
So Tenmyoji is Junpei!
Time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly it felt like fine, I were outsiders trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was torn with emotions as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like he was looking back at him. Okay. So... But why is Junpei so fucking old in comparison to Clover? Like, I don't talk for Alice. Alice could be also like, most likely not, but the Alice might as well be Ice 9 and therefore immortal. But why is Clover still only so young and Tenmyoji so old? What? My theory is that we use the stasis capsules in the treatment center as cryogenetic, as cryopods, and therefore most of the people didn't age. And Tenmyoji was, well, not one of them.
Now, unfortunately,
Alice's Ice 9.
time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon.
But why did Tenmyoji change? Why is Junpei now Tenmyoji? What happened that he changed his name?
I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead?
Why do we now go back to Schrödinger?
Sigma, Phi, you will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji, I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay.
But he didn't change his name. Tenmyoji always was his last name. We just never heard it in 999. Oh.
I will
Well then.
see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait! Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunches and shaking. Saw tears land on the white-knuckled fist he pressed against his thigh. Kept quiet was what's there to say. Phi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket with a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. Made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. Gave Luna the accelerator that I found in the Q room. She could repair it and... Ejected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine.
Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Temioji said nothing, just walked over to Quark unconscious body. Took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. Could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned to walk from us. Suddenly I remembered Dio. Where had he gone? Didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
Coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. Glanced over at Fi to see she was doing it at the same time. After that, we heard back in the floor warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically me, Fi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Temioji decided to remain in the infirmary just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default. Which left me, Fi, and Temioji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Shit, Luna. I would remember. I forgot how fucky the points are. Temioji, Kay, Temioji, Alice, and Luna are very low. Well, Sigma as well, but. Wait, how many points do you lose when you vote Betray? When you get betrayed? 2 points. That would be a good guess.
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. I hand her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
You lose 2. Okay, so let's be an asshole now. If I would, and I just not think, only think about me right now. But if I open the,
We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh, well, we could vote earlier.
if I go now Betray because Luna, Fi has so many points, I could get my difference out way quicker.
But then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off towards the other door. I was about to follow them when...
Hold on. I just remembered something. The
What?
AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh, yeah. You're right. Akane's body was in there. What does this mean? Wait a minute, yeah, right? In this time, then we never found her corpse. But that would also mean, who is her body? Because... Or did Dio even kill her in this timeline then? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead? Sigma. Fine. You will decide its fate.
So Akane is Schrödinger's cat or what? The Schrödinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its
Perhaps
fate.
she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet. The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body. But we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she even wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? New destination has been added to the flowchart. Excuse me? Huh? Wait, huh? Well, besides... Okay, this is... Okay. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Ah! Who the hell are you? And what the hell hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
If not jumping around... Let's have fun now jumping around in time. Oh no. Memory? Memory. I remember. You're Fi. She grins.
Check your
When is
bracelet.
this? It's a red pair, but BP is free?
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours. 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think. Right.
Then...
We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Oh, come on. Do I really have to do the escape room again? Wait a sec. Can I be funny? You need to remember the password for the save we figured out last time. Wait, save elevator. What happens if I be an asshole now? Time to kill Dio. Yes. Okay, I hope that... No, that's the wrong password. We need to the other... And it's even empty, lol. Okay, we need then... That's open. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Damn, I mean key. How the hell? Just skip the whole fucking room. For God's sake, just do it already. What do you think? I know, don't. Just... Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going to... 10, 9, 8, 1, done! Congratulations! We put safe scumming into the fucking story. Bite me weird. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. In case you didn't do it on hard last time, here's a retry, bitch. By the way, if you try to solve it normally, 5 stops you. Lol. Oh, okay, so we are supposed to save scum. Finally, I climbed up through the hedge and out of the top of the AB room. It took only a moment to spot him. Akane. Behind him was Dio. He was moving quickly and quiet, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit. There was no time to yell at her. She scrambled down from the top of the AV room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi, what the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched itself into the air. Ryder kicked that bastard! What the?
He's fine, just unconscious.
Bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still
I
breathing.
don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
Her footsteps almost stopped right in front of us. Looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If you hadn't showed up right now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes. Indeed I am.
And let me guess. Even though she was kinda dead in the other... No, wait a minute. I was about to say something about how Clover mentioned that she can't access the morphogenetic field because someone stronger absorbed her power. But in the timeline where Akane is dead, there's most likely only one other Esper who is stronger than Clover, and that might be Junpei. And even then he did it by accident.
I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
What?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens.
And this is why you... And this is why you infected us with Radical 6. So because our processing speed then gets slowed, which will slingshot it high enough so the Esper abilities would manifest.
It's a little like a slingshot.
Didn't I just say slingshot? Why the countdown is so annoying, it is to represent that eternity.
Pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from a slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one.
So, like how in fiction, when a speedster is so fast he breaks light and by that is enabled to time travel, the same thing happens to the mind kinda, just on a mental state.
From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage.
Congratulations, you learned safe scumming.
In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people was such a horrible disease?
Now that I think about it, in the Sigma timeline, no. The Sigma timeline was where we abused that fact. Was it? No. No, okay, no, never mind. In which timeline did we learn about the cybernetic arms then again? Was it in Luna's? Never mind. No, wait, it has to be one of those where we die because of the bombs. Never mind, not overthinking it. But in the timelines where she checked us out and found our cybernetic arms, shouldn't she also told us that we are all infected by Radical 6?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary.
It was Alice. It was Alice's end. Yeah, it was Alice's ending.
We needed to slow your minds in order to store up the potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality.
AKA what the stream did now.
That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved.
And this is why we got the 4 codes from 4 different timelines, at least from a writing perspective, because that forced us to at least jump 5 times? How many jumps did we do in in Fi's timeline? We jumped once to stop her, we jumped again to figure out who planted the bombs, then 4 times for each of these bombs, or 5 times because we first have to figure out where the zero bomb is via another timeline and then jump to the timeline. So it's at least 6-7 jumps. And then we jump because of the Q room. Aka, we are Sigma as we got is in we got the information. We are not Sigma, but is anima. We are not Sigma, but is anima.
Eventually, you would be able to retain everything.
Oh, great. So, with every timeline jump we did, Sigma was anima farming like in Shadowlands all over again.
That is why we made you play the AB game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors.
6, 7. Andre, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass so fucking hard. Your ass cheeks will clap every time you have to walk some stairs. Because I will invert them by 90 degrees. So hard I will kick them.
By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there was a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what I've just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fire and I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact.
Yes.
Right? But why did you need to do us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died, so has Fi, so have you. I can't even come out with the, oh, everyone died at least once, because literally everyone died at least once, at least in Clover's ending where everyone literally died. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
My brain was smoking when I had to roll dice, Andre. You don't wanna know. I was furious. By the way, again for that, sorry for my outburst to you, Pat. It wasn't on you, I was just agitated as shit. Sacrifice had to be made for the sake of a project. I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
Woman, you already pissed me off in 999. I can't strangle you again and you will... There's no Junpei that saves your ass this time. Right? Fuck, he's in one of the AB rooms.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit! That's not good enough! Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject!
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? You've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
Yes.
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
You can just do that.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
Create the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future.
I mean, good luck with resetting this puzzle. It's not like we cheated or something.
Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the third AB room by then, it would be bad.
Everything starts all over again. Isn't that just... What could be so bad about a dice? Bad about a dice? How about 6 dice that you have to position in a specific position, in a specific... Not in a specific order. On a specific tile, and you can't spin them unless you move them and have to, with that, turn the faces again. Was wird wieder passieren? I'm gonna... Ich passiere gleich wieder!
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our second or third time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
What is... What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still... No destination had been added to the flowchart. So this is why the story gets now fucky. Time to meet Zero Senior. And we're back in... Oh, IAB room round 3.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
This is the infirmary.
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Fire and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah, you got him pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark!
What am I? Chopped liver?
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem, all in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit. Oh, come on, Sigma!
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Oh, whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10. I have 10 BP?
I've got 15 BP. That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Okay, so even if I wanted to jump ahead with 1 betray, it wouldn't have made any sense because... Yeah, okay, now never mind. We wouldn't have reached 9 BP without the 5th round
And
anyway,
now all
so...
of us have enough to leave.
Would it be evil to keep Dio here? I was stunned. How had Aaron cooperated long enough to raise all BPs to the past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without the death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? Or it could be because Mr. I betray everything, just be unconscious the whole fucking time. We'd all joined forces again, and Dio and Phi had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which I had to admit would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you death was unavoidable? Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about Tim? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Ha! You got what you deserve! Alice was the only holdout. She complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio, then she reluctantly complied.
Alright, let's get going.
Let's get the F out of here. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. Grabbed the lever and pulled it down. Good ending. Dio is the one left behind. Yes. Get away, go with God, but go. There is no God that can save you, and brother will never come for your ass.
The number it will.
Alright everybody, let's move. Did we never opened Kay's suit though? Didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of the huge pedestal. Ran to the center of the plate and turned around. Number 9 doors stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9.
Goodbye, Dio. And even then, this fucker didn't got his arm chopped off in that ending.
9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you. As the game is over.
Almost funny how the only other ending we got literally out was Dio's ending, and now he's the one left behind in the ending where everyone else gets out with us. Ha! Sweet, sweet justice.
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. I am scared though. What happens with Luna if we get too far out of the facility? Will she just collapse because she's disconnected from the main system? To the left we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went in. Are there even enough suits? The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? Figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
As long as there's a satellite, she's connected to the system. Ah, okay. To be fair, I thought it was an integral system inside the facility and not a satellite system. But okay. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Because according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned a protective suit and headed downstairs to the decompression room. How is Kay decompressing though? How do we get Kay in this suit? Like, do we have a 5XL? Since we're all inside, the process began. Though my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of the air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door being opened. Beyond was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. Wait, so 3 decompressions? Maybe Kay's suit already is such a suit. Don't think so. It seems more like, since it's all the time said to be more of an armor than a suit, I don't think it's airtight. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The other hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmet, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few moments, we just stood there astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars. The sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. That's not our moon, isn't it? Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon and covering the sun.
What? No way. If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See, that looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth.
Yeah, because you are... Never mind, tell me, Luna.
Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
You look like a person, you act like a person. For me, you are a person, Luna. Spill.
Excuse me?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6.
And therefore, because the processing power of her brain is only 1/6 of the processing power, and the gravity is 1/6 of Earth's gravity, it looks like normal gravity because she perceives it slower. Isn't it right?
It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408.
I hate math.
That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
Seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's appearance superhuman strength quite well. Okay, yeah, fuck, it made sense, what the fuck. Or at least it seems to make sense, I don't know.
Wait. This is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
How far in the future are we?
Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No,
Don't tell me. 30?
still no.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep you in suspense. I have to go somewhere real quick. Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
Oh! 50 years! What the fuck? Oh, I think 48 for that matter, but no, that's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. It's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. And the point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics.
Then for 11 years. Lol.
But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth, and that'd kill the virus off for good.
Yeah, humanity kind of got extinct. I mean, couldn't we have just, I don't know, like, tried to spread Excalibur through the air? Like, I mean, we have the whole chemtrail theory and all that shit. Why not use that for Radical 6? It's not like the ones who want to abuse it are still alive.
On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors.
So not only did they scorched Earth, they also made a fucking... It killed all the energy supplies or what?
Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected. And when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan.
Is Akane's plan by any chance to to send someone back in time so that they can, I don't know, stop this from happening?
Even if it wasn't directly responsible, Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth.
Patrolling through the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear win.
The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air.
So this is why Tenmyoji and Quark were trash collectors, and there was so much that they could make a literal living out of it.
That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon? Looking at the Earth? It was 2074, but why? Why were we there? Why were we then? Why were we then? Ugh, and why root beer floats are so damn expensive for such a simple drink. Oh yeah, I forgot. That is okay. Yeah, was just me not thinking about how fucking expensive it might have been. Oh god, I forgot to buy me some root beer when I was at a store last time. Money to trade, but resources for it. Yeah, okay, that adds up. I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Fire's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
What's Anna say this time? What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma. Knock it off.
Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time. See? You need 6 E's to get that, so they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
So, what are you getting at?
My god, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Well, wait a minute. Are you saying to think they're going to send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about?
I think so.
That doesn't make sense though. I mean, we came from the same time period before it actually... So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave? The one in the garden?
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the project exchange chamber, with the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody. You really need me to spell it out. The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too then. So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Ah, shut up! Just shut up, come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. Shouldn't our bracelets be off now then? I mean, it's not like we need them anymore. We went through every room. Why does the number 9 door open again?
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Okay, we just took the floor B tour then.
Any idea where Akane might be?
If the bracelets are off, why is Tenmyoshi still wearing it? Never said it couldn't be opened by the other side. Yeah, the grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah, don't worry. Don't think she's buried here, there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. Also, we still didn't unlock Kei's armor yet. Well,
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole in the grave? If you just insert this here, pull the key from my anchor and fit it into the hole. Twist it to the right until I heard something unlock. A quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
What is this?
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Not like it says right what's on the tin, isn't it?
God.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover has frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever and on the side of the door.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right, cold sleep. These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying the cells.
So, Miss Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kei? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered
What do you remember?
everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one.
I think pressed too
Suppose
fast.
the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Even less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait. Hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep.
Yeah, what I
4
thought.
months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes. In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power.
That also means the reason she can't reach Snake is because Snake is most likely fucking old or dead.
You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out. And when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given two tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, then. May I proceed?
Why do I have a feeling that Brother is more relevant in Zero Time Dilemma? No one objected, we were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save two. Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. Still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP-00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. Ah, blah, something in my throat. All of us gathered around the pot. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
Fi laid her hand on the lever and looked around us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Huh? What? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed the mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tuberculin and it was the end of that. But wait, if the person in the pod was the same person he'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
So if there's K Sigma, who is that K? No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
Okay, he had the key with him the whole fucking time, that ass.
Akane Kurashiki.
You're not even... I was thinking he's Zero Senior under that armor. No, it's just Akane with a voice changer. What the... Things are happening that I don't understand. I don't like what the fuck is going on.
It's you. June. I mean, Akane. From... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
Could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could not, and all I could do not to, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Every time Akane is not dead, she's under the armor while on the other.
You saved me,
It's
you
K
went back
Sigma.
to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's
A
arm.
spare for him.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved? What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct.
But why does he also wear the same t-shirt though?
Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
Same fashion choices.
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here. Same face?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? Didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
Looked around frantically. Pond. I ran into it and threw myself down on my knees. That's why no mirror was working in this fuck. Crawling on all four, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond looking at my reflection. Huh? We are Zero? Zero is us? The fuck? Also, why did we never feel the cybernetic eye? What the fuck? No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
This is why only we could see it. This is why only we could This is why the messages were specifically for us. No, that's not possible. Gramps and so on. That's bullshit!
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
Can I just be in denial? I'm not a doctor!
You will be a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying!
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create. This is all because of the jumps. We also don't remember why our arms are cybernetic.
His name is Kyle Climb, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of
That we are
yourself.
just cybernetic.
23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future.
Would I have the need for those implants? That's a good question.
When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul, or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes to the past, into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Wait, trying Nevada test site, rhizome, C, over D, B, again to the Nevada test site. Splitting in D and E, huh?
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
I was thinking why the dates are moving the way they do, but then I realized that it's because it's a Japanese game and they use year, month, day.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed.
At least more time to play the AB game than 9 hours. The nonary game.
But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
So, where are fucking bracelets just working 6 times as slow so we don't, 6 times faster we don't realize it?
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B.
Yeah, the time on the bracelets resting to the participant's perception of time.
But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A? December 25th, 2028, the day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating?
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way, but look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path.
Yeah, I saw that already. It's
With
just
one exception.
this line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out. By jumping into the 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes, that is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon. Yes.
Soon? And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Use knife. No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fi! Screamer leapt towards them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving towards Fi's chest. I was almost there. Then I regained consciousness. I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. Felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize it was Akane's body lying on top of me. Twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Ergo eres. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Weren't this also kind of the words they used in the security room? Wait, was this the finale now? Was this the fucking finale? Is this why you said I should be glad that I now play the whole series when Zero Time Dilemma is out? No, it's not the finale. Oh, thank fuck. But wait, we're about to die. Can I? I can't even skip it this time. So that happens. There was a lot of things that happened. But the bit after it is well set up. Oh Jesus, oh no. So, one of us is Zero Senior, huh? It was us the whole fucking time. So, there was no weirdly Sigma clones and only one of them got chosen to be K. There's one Sigma clone and we are just not the same looking Sigma. But yes, be happy the last game is out. We waited 8 years for this cliffhanger to be resolved. Oh my fucking god, you're so I'm so sorry for you guys. Oh, that's awesome. New destination has been added to the flowchart. Why? Okay, I have to check something real quick because there are 2 achievements. There are 2 achievements missing. Huh? Headquarters, April 13th, 2029.
Today is April 13th, 2029. And this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Oh, come on! I was joking! Oh, man! I thought in my my head and now she kills herself. And there we go. This was not an evoker, my kids. For a moment I just stared at the TV. I hate this. Why am I laughing about this? I'm a bad person. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, for a moment I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Uh-oh, brother. Wait. Why do you have the zero mask and why do you have 3 assaults? Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still.
No need to be rude about it.
Weird to not hear you as a little damsel that keeps screaming for Junpei, you know?
I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
I just now realized, why do we go for young Akane back to the art style of 999? Like, no 3D models anymore. We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alison Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are. And she still is.
I cannot keep track of the shit at this point. And that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jump back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years. Sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to point B, her conscience will jump to the point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those
We
pots?
can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets.
Simpler terms, we are now the segment that prepares the Nonary game. Okay, yeah, fine. This is, I guess where we are, I just don't keep have track of the sequence of events anymore.
You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the 3rd AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history. Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Fi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Oh, crap. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility.
We will now jump to an even younger version of us to stop whatever happens in Nevada test site, aka Zero Time the Lab. Oh my god, this is the... So, I just had the theory in my head that the whole plot of stopping Radical Six will be the plot of Zero Time Dilemma then.
Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger.
That Sigma from there ends up there completing the cycle.
But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait, how do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms, and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye. Ah! That just fucking scared me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, what the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. Oh, it's three-dimensional. What was that?
Go have a look.
It was the reactor exploding. Moved slow to the window and peered outside. On the horizon I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly towards the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. End or beginning. Huh? Why is there another timeline change? Oh lol, it's the...
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle.
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
We saw what we did, but not what he does now. Lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around the other side of the partition. Mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. Wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. And it takes our place. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question. One I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Climb was. Another history has been called K and had won a pseudo... That's why it was K. Because Kyle, or Klim for that matter, hadn't just won the armor in the history though, apparently he'd won it all its life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure and he had consequently grown very attached to her. Knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klim? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The splitting image of Sigma Klim in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Morphogenetic field theory, maybe.
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes. I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return them? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened.
To be fair, if we go with the multiverse timeline theory, then it would also imply that even if, the Dragon Ball timeline settings I like to call it, if Sigma changes the past and stops the Radical 6 outbreak, it won't erase the time. It will erase the connections maybe to the timelines that happen because of the outbreak, but it won't erase them itself. You can either say they are in their own stasis, or just there's a block between those timelines now. Meaning that Tenmyoji and Quark will still live in this fucked up timeline. They won't realize the changes happen. The changes will happen in another timeline they will never perceive. So why wait for something they will never see happen? Or they will never be aware of it happening. So they have to live their life as it is, because theirs won't change.
Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a
Yes, it won't change this time, but it gives another dimensional chance that wasn't there.
That all happened.
Yeah, I'm aware of that part, but that's all. I bit my tongue. But that's also my point. This is a plot point for the next game. Yeah, but like I said, it's just like weird that Kyle thing. I mean, I could see the reasoning of everything that this that the station has everything for them, like a pantry with enough food and all that shit. This would be a motivation to stay. But on the other hand, if this is not the reason, then there is no reason for Tenmyoji and Quark to stay. They can back to their old life, even as shitty as it is, because their timeline won't change anymore. Or it will never change in the first place.
Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did or didn't do in the past that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive.
Why am I thinking now about the shitty 10 Kleine Jägermeister song? I think everyone who knows German knows what I mean. Was it Böse Onkels? I think it was from Böse Onkels.
They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living?
It still exists.
Does it just disappear when S changes the past?
No, that's not how time travel works in that That's not how this kind of time travel works. This is the problem with time travel fiction. There are multiple ways of time travel. Like, we have a lot of things where it's like... But I must say, I like this version of time travel, because it changes the future without erasing the other futures. It's always weird that just because a time paradox happens, that people just start getting erased from existence. They just fading away because they can't exist anymore because the things that made them exist didn't happen. And this is where it turns into a paradox. If they stop existing, then the things that made them stop existing also can't happen because of their involvement. So by proxy, the paradox is not anymore that the things they did exist and therefore they can't exist anymore. It's they can't exist because the things that happen that make them exist can't exist anymore because of their involvement. Therefore they can't exist because the things that they are involved in couldn't happen. You see where I'm getting at? I don't think you see where I'm getting at. I'm getting flashbacks of the Angels with Skating Wings again. I'd say it's one of the best Time Travel Plus games. I agree. I can agree with you on that. Like, it's like I said, it's like with Trunks' timeline in Dragon Ball. He wasn't able to change. He was able to change a future, but not his future. And even though his future is fucked, he still was able to learn from it, change the future for some people, and he got stronger in the end of it. Time to get Paint. I will not get MS Paint out again! On another note, it's like Tenmyoji says, the timeline that still happen can't change. It just splits. There are now 2 timelines, one where it happens and one where it was prevented. But the one where it wasn't prevented still happens and will go on. There are still possibilities that will happen. This is the problem with timeline split. Not the problem, it's just a consequence of timeline splitting. The branch just doesn't stop existing because you went somewhere else. Because you didn't just... For the person who time jumped, it was a bending of the line. But everyone else wasn't affected, and it isn't just black out and over because something in the past changed. It just didn't occur on them. Like, it's irrelevant if the future changed because they are still part of the... if the past changed because their past still happened the way it did. And Well, for the time jumper it didn't happen, but it's only relevant to the time jumper. And this is what I like right now about this scene, because we see what the other characters now in Phi's ending do, because they didn't time jump. For them, the life just goes on. Life is still shitty. They are still in 2074, and Earth is still apparently a red ball of ash, smoke, and Radical 6. And this is something I don't think a lot of time travel plots do. Show us what the people who can't time jump do. And then there's things like Harry Potter where you can go back in time, but you can't change the course of action, or you will cause them to happen in the first place. But then you have to go back to the present and no timeline changes per se happen. All you did was just recontextualize what happened in the past from another perspective.
It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that?
Yeah, and like I said, it is... I can't... Since we don't have time travel in real life yet, let's just say yet, and please don't correct me on this, Pat. I don't want to hear what they figured out or what they said, if they sent a monkey back in time a few days ago. Let's just keep the illusion, please. We don't have time travel yet, so we don't know what would be the timeline split paradox erasure method of the universe be, or if the universe would just collapse in itself. But for now, I think the best course of action to see in time travel is, if a timeline changes, it won't erase the timeline that didn't happen anymore, it would just be split. It would be 2 different timelines. 2 different multiverses for that matter. I don't know. Like, just because I choose the red pants instead of the blue pants doesn't mean I erase now a whole nother dimension. Imagine this is what it would be. If the definition of a timeline split is different choices that change the future, wouldn't that mean that by proxy, every time we take another decision, we take any action, not even a decision, the moment we take any action, we destroy millions and billions of alternate timelines just because we exist. I wouldn't say it's illogical, it's just very sinister to think about it that way. I flicked my wrist and suddenly 10 billion not even people, universe is dead. Because I didn't crack my fingers. It just happened and didn't happen.
The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt.
I hate time travel plots, they make me think so much.
Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots?
I don't think so, Tamioji.
Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, alright?
No cursing in front of Quark.
You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality.
I think, now that I think further about it, because I just had other time travel plots in my head, I think the reason why some time travel plots just do the erase the other timelines after time travel shit is the same flawed, let's call it flawed for that matter, view of timelines like the Bronze Dragonflight in World of Warcraft does. I know, weird split, but we had the whole problem of the one true timeline there. Like, only that things can happen and have to happen. even though we have a whole flight of dragons that are able to change the past and make a better world. Besides the whole fact of true timeline and having to preserve things like the culling of Stratholme for that matter, it wouldn't make sense in that matter for multiple timelines, for only one singular timeline to exist. Especially since the whole debacle of the one true timeline even should have been thrown out since Warlords of Draenor, since we have now have an alternate timeline of Draenor that didn't got corrupted by demon bloods. Instead it got light nuked after the expansion, but that's a whole nother thing. But it still exists. It didn't erase our Azeroth, and we didn't erase it at the end of Warlords of Draenor. It erased itself during the Mag-A Orc Heritage Quest, but that's my point. Multiple timelines will, if you go into another timeline, it will still exist. For that matter, we had this whole fucking thing with the remixes now, with Pandaria Remix and Legion Remix. It was alternate timelines that we went in and experimented with, yeah. And yes, I know they both collapsed in the end because they got unstable and shit. Which is Blizzard's explanation of why we don't keep that mode forever, and it just ends, and it had an end. But at least there was an explanation why this timeline isn't available anymore. It got unstable and it was destroyed. Was it our influence? Was it because the timeline in itself was unstable? Maybe, maybe not. In a world where time magic is a constant and manipulating with the time stream is a constant that can happen, there might be fluctuations, anomalies and split off timelines that aren't stable to be held on forever and will collapse upon themselves. That might happen. I'm not a physicist. I'm a fucking nerd who knows way too much about video game and science fiction. But in the end, there were and still exist multiple timelines, stable and unstable ones. What that means for the rules of the world that there are unstable timelines is a whole nother topic, but the fact is that the one true timeline theory is just nothing that can happen. Or nothing that I would pursue and think it is a fact. We are living in a timeline, not the timeline.
Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just gonna disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course, he is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew.
The one true timeline there is what the Titans saw, and the Bronze more and more realized that it was just what you just explained, that it is just not true. Look at what happened to Chromie and the Infinites. Yeah, also, to go into even more fucking video game plots for that matter, you know how I always say, how I always hate the Heavenly Principle in Genshin Impact because of all the rules, its setups and laws that you can't break, otherwise you will get punished. See, she was ready to flood a whole nation because someone created humans of something that wasn't supposed to be human. She put nails in that stopped things from happening, destroyed whole fucking nations. Heck, the whole fucking information flow is built on a tree that is hackable like a computer and can erase and retextualize things if someone is strong enough. Okay, you need the powers of a god for it, but you can canonically retcon in Genshin. Scaramouche did this and became Wanderer for that matter, I might want to add. On the same level, the more we played into the lore of World of Warcraft, and especially with the War Within, I have to say I think the same thing about the Titans. The Titan Keepers are not that much of a problem. Like, I can see Tyr is just now a man out of time. Odin was an asshole, but that's mostly because he was based on Odin. Like, Odin and Odin are the same people in that matter. That's what you get for making a whole omnipotent race based on Norse mythology. You get assholes, and for that matter, you get Odin. But I think the Titans themselves are a bit controlling. I don't want to excuse it, but I can explain it off the base that they are from the Order realm, or like their base realm is Order, so they want to keep everything ordered. They want that one true timeline. They want to be safe from the old gods. But even though that some of their choices, or some of the choices that were made in the one true timeline, in quotations, was even the reason that some of the old god shit happened. If the one true timeline theory is true and the Titans are the one who wants to keep the one true timeline, why did they allow Garrosh to throw the heart of Y'Shaarj in Pandaria? Why did they allow... Okay, they did allow Ahn'Qiraj raid because they wanted to kill C'Thun, so that is... Why did they allow N'Zoth to happen? Why did they allow Xal'atath to break out? If their main path is order and try to have that one true timeline that is ordered, then especially all the old god shit related shit wouldn't have happened if the one true timeline theory is true. On the other hand, of course, the Titans were dead for thousands of years, so there's also that. But if the Titans were the ones who kept the protocols for the one true timeline, then why didn't the Bronze Dragonflight interfere? If that was their whole fucking job, to keep the one true timeline from happening, and do not let the old gods almost kill Azeroth 5 times over. Same thing for the Sword of Sargeras. Okay, maybe the Sword of Sargeras was outside their control because Sargeras was a Titan himself. But my point is just the one true timeline theory is just stupid.
She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand.
Oh, my brain is brumming. Oh, it's surging like a fucking engine after that. I went ultimate autism mode right now.
But
kinda sucks though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
So in other words, you understand it still sucks though, and I can understand that. Yeah, you need a palate cleanser after this.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
oh, I'm gonna play a Sonic game after this, and it better be a 3D one. Oh, I need some stupid shit next Saturday after this.
It's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what you said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
It's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have 2 Clovers and 2 Alices at the same time?
Now here's a question I have to ask. Does the time jumping use the morphogenetic fields? Or is the time jumping and morphogenetic fields 2 different psychological forces? I'm honestly excited after you finish the last game. What is your opinion on it all? Oh, this will be
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's?
Cat.
Don't tell me the game is over now. Oh,
Oh, hey Kyle.
hey Phi.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now.
But it's different forces. Oh, for fuck's sake!
There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman.
Or any other
I'm not
kind
a
of man.
Brahmin or common or ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places. And you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about, right? As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
Past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Klein. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the Doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Klein's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Okay, I now get why you're so pissed to have to wait 8 years for answers. Okay, now we're through. Jesus fucking Christ on a stick. That was almost 40 hours of what the fuck moments. And I got way too invested in the end. And yes, this card is us. Okay, so this is where we're going. Okay, I understand. I think. Oof. I get what you meant. That this game is larger than 999. This was... It's funny how there were 3 escape rooms, I might want to add. 3 escape rooms that had one puzzle that I hate, and only 2 of them were white doors. Which one was the treatment center again? Was it? No. That was the green door for the watchful eye that interacts with Sigma through the morphogenetic field. I think it might just have been his cybernetic eye. Am I right? Oof. Yeah. It's interesting. I must say I do like how not every fucking puzzle was math based, because this was like the most annoying piece in 999 for me. Like I said, there were like those 3 specific puzzles that I hate. It was the last dice puzzle in the queue room. It was the what's it called? It was the parallelogram in the or what was the other white room? What was it again? Not security. It was the office of Tenmyoji's ending. Was it? Yeah, the director's office. And it was the password key for the treatment center. Like, the rest of the treatment center was interesting, but and it was just hard. This is also the thing. Besides those 3 puzzles that I just hate with a passion now, and I know it's a skill issue, most of the other puzzles were just hard. They needed to they were hard to think about, but I solved them. With help, without help, doesn't matter. They were hard, challenging hard, not annoying hard, and that is okay for me. The most annoying thing for me was were like those 3 puzzles. Also, I realized hard how they changed the pacing. Like, it wasn't in the middle of the escape room, therefore it wasn't that annoying. It was a lot of story that happened. And it's interesting how they answer questions. And also how they utilize the whole time jumping thing. And yes, I am invested into Zero Time Dilemma now, but I need a palate cleanser after that, because if I do another puzzle the next time, I will scream. I'm so beyond pissed right now, and it's mostly just myself. I know it's myself. That's the worst of it. But I also like the hard mode puzzles. There were some hard mode puzzles where I was a bit confused. Like, I remember the lounge was a bit weird with the whole mixing thing. But most of the other hard puzzles were... It's kind of funny how most of the hard puzzles were either just do the password backwards, or figure out or find that random note that gives you a hint that is not related to the rest of the escape room, therefore it's related to the secret password, which again was in the lounge with the whole one of them is a liar and you have to mix the right one thingies. And where the next level on puzzle is Chance. Oh, this is me and Chance. This is gonna be fun because Ultimate Lucky Gamer and all that shit. I mean, you know what? Let me be funny. Before we go through the character endings, let me go through the escape rooms real quick, because yeah, so people say they are worst or the best, never in between. Jesus. We skip, of course, the AB room in the past, because this is just safe scumming the room. The elevator was, if I remember correctly, interesting, but I think I had some struggle on one part. I think it was how to figure out the... was it with the... Like, I remember we had to press on the elevators itself. We had to press 3 and 0. But there was something in the elevator that was above me. And I can't remember what it was. I'm not even mad, I was just confused. But it was a good introduction again into this escape rooms, and I must say the elevator is a better start escape room than the 999 one was. It might but also be because I was just not a fan of it wasn't even the square roots. I think the whole pillow thing was what annoyed me in 999. But I think the elevator is a good escape room start. The handlebars unscrewing. Yes, that was it. The handlebar unscrewing was the part. Thanks. So, then the timeline splitting doors, magenta, we had the lounge. Like I said, the lounge... Okay, the lounge had 2 critic points for me. First of all, that one square that was behind the drinks. Like, I didn't found this globe until almost too late, and I was just confused. Other than that, there was a bit of a discrepancy for me personally, because I tried to figure out the normal drinks as well as the drinks for the secret door. And I mean, for the normal passcode, it was easy to just put the drinks in the order I see them, which was, I think, green something, blue something, red something. But the sequence for the secret passcode was a bit weird. Like, I don't know why it had to be not only the right drinks, but also in the right order. That felt a bit too much for both. Other than that, I think the lounge was a short but good room, but I think the first chromatic rooms were relatively short. Oh, infirmary. I struggled in the infirmary. I remember. I struggled in the infirmary because I think it was the puzzle. And I struggled way too hard. Like the puzzle with where I had to slide shit. Also, I remember that trying to figure out the hard mode password was a bit annoying. Other than, yeah, it was the whole with the Atom system, if I remember correctly. It was a bit weird. Because other than that, it wasn't that hard. It was, yeah, I remember just struggling with the hard mode password code. The crew quarters. Oh, let me think about the crew. Yeah, crew quarters was the first escape room. Oh, yeah, okay. The phone numbers. I liked the whole sliding the aluminum foil into the glass floor and figuring out shit with that. But I kinda was annoyed by the passcodes with the telephone thing. Like, that kinda fucked me over. Because I didn't write down the numbers and then they went away. And I think of the first chromatic doors, I think the crew quarters were kinda my least favorite. Oshikoshi learned from this game to not go that one extra step anymore. He said it about the white room dice and sees why it is a bad puzzle and apologized. He just wanted that one hard puzzle. Oh yeah, I can get that. Okay, down the rabbit hole we go. The magenta green chromatic door. What was it? The Golem Bay. The Golem Bay was a nice room. I think the biggest gripe I had with the Golem Bay, I like that little bait-in switch with the star the star key doesn't fit into the shape because it's not the right. You need to use it somewhere else. That was a nice bait-in switch. I kind of found it annoying that I had to think about 3 angles now to figure out the passcode. Like, because for the golems on the left, on the right side, I think it was, I had to think from their perspective, but also I had to think from their perspective, but I didn't had to on the with the left golems, which made the whole figuring the passcode out a bit annoying on the second half. Again, the hard mode achievement was just use the letters that they don't use for the normal password to figure out the secret passcode, so it wasn't that hard. But besides that fact, the Golem Bay was an interesting room. Also, Golem was an interesting one-off character, to be fair. That just came out of nowhere and spoke like a Kultiran. Oh, I remember the Rec Room was one of the rooms where we stopped the stream and instantly started I think it was last week even. Last Saturday? We started in the Rec Room, I remember that. I think the weird, like, I find it funny how I accidentally brute forced the billiard table. But for fuck's sake, this was also where I got annoyed with the camera sometimes because I wanted to swipe to turn the camera and it just clicked on something. And it was some kind of roadblock in some cases when I knew I had to give the one knight the axe, but it just didn't because I had to trigger something else first. But this wasn't even the most annoying thing for me. What annoyed me the most was that fucking dot puzzle. Like, I had so many variables. I had to figure out how to properly reach that point score. It was annoying as shit. I managed it in the end. But it got on my nerves for, like, a lot. But other than that, it was an interesting room. It was just annoying. Also, I liked the Rec Room for the introduction. For the implementation of Luminol in the story. For just that matter of we finally got some answers of who was Akane at that moment. Or who was Akane at that matter. But we can go back to Akane when I talk about the characters again. So, the magenta red was the pantry. I have one gripe with the pantry, but this was just me. Okay, I have 2 gripes. One is smaller, the other one is bigger. One was the ice puzzle. The ice slider puzzle seemed a bit random. Like, there was a certain, like, I know the game told me that there were limits to how much I can move the ice before it got stuck. But on the same degree, it felt to a certain part that what ice block freezed when it wasn't random. Every ice block had his own integer. I know that. It was just weird to figure out when does which ice block freeze, because then I had to think of multiple steps ahead before they happen. But that was the smallest thing for me. My biggest gripe, and this is again a me problem, which I'm pretty much aware of, was the calendar. Like, first of all, like, figuring out how the calendar works was one thing. After that, it wasn't that easy. My biggest problem was... I can do that. It was, first of all, trying to find the row and stuff first, because this was just me having a skill issue with the whole system. The biggest... my other problem was just the day the man got abducted. Like, I think Sigma told us, like, 5 times over at this point when he got abducted, and I just never kept it in my head. Was it the 24th? Was it the 25th? I remember every time he says Christmas Eve, but I did not remember 24, 25, because in Germany we have Christmas on the 24th, and then first Christmas Day and second Christmas Day on the 25th and 26th respectively. So Christmas Eve and Christmas aren't that interchangeable, and I just associate Christmas and Christmas Eve, for that matter, with the 24th, not the 25th. I mean, it worked out in the end. It wasn't that hard to just do the right door, pick the right door when I fucked up, even though I just did that because I went up a row instead on the next column. But this is just me being an idiot. Pressure exchange chamber. I have nothing to say about the pressure exchange chamber. Like, the biggest gripe I had was, again, one gripe I had, and this was just figuring out the second cycle puzzle, which they also reused in another room. I just can't think of it, which one it was again. It wasn't in that timeline, if I remember correctly. I think, yeah, it was in the director's office even. But we come to that later. Like, I liked that puzzle because we had the answer and we needed to figure out the path, which reminded me of some fucking math exercise in school. Like, you have the answer, now figure out the path. At least I didn't have to write it down. And it was just me struggling again because I'm not the smartest person in the room in certain terms of puzzles. But other than that, it was it's not my favorite, but at least it wasn't a hard room. At least I just wasn't stupid. I was just stupid, that's the problem. The laboratory. Oh, wait a minute. The laboratory. Was the one where we found the first Excelivir. Like the one in which Dio... Is this the one where Dio's an asshole? Yeah, it's the one where Dio's an asshole. I think this one was a bit... I'm not even saying it was confusing. This was just me at this point not examining all the items anymore, because sometimes I just thought, oh, I see how it is, and then it just isn't. Because if I would have just checked the frog, I would have known that the frog has methane in it. Or ethanol. It wasn't methane, it was ethanol. And I could have used the ethanol for all the other things. Didn't I also just absolutely no-diff the seed puzzle? Like, I think I accidentally just brute forced the seed puzzle with my first attempt, and it just worked because we knew from the other puzzle in that other escape room where we had to not the Golem Bay. We had another puzzle where we had to send the right voltage down and then had to use that to get the right answers. And just because of that, it was just... The laboratory wasn't hard the moment I got my hands on the ethanol. Other than that, I think the hardest part about the laboratory, guess what, was to get the hard mode passcode, because it was just me not figuring out to just throw in all the seeds in the mixer, in the blender. Other than that, it was just the timeline it was just the escape room that went to one of the timelines where I just started hating Dio even more because he just became a dickhead every fucking time. Or I just hated him more because of the whole blackmailing thing, and I'm very allergic to that. But other than that, it was not that bad of a room. The treatment center, I think I already said my 2 cents about those. Like, I don't mind the treatment center per se. I kind of find it interesting how those, how time-based the puzzles were. It was hard for me to figure out that, playboard thing with the times and minutes a bit. Funny enough that this then later helped me a bit to get better into the deciphering of this number sequence, even though I still needed help. But like the passcode thingy on the door was like the most annoying part for me. Just figuring out the font. That the first part is such a play of chance to a degree, because you have to figure out those 4 numbers, and I tried to do so many things at the same time to get this passcode, and it just didn't click. But the moment I had 4 misses, I just knew, okay, I just now need to reshuffle them. Then it worked. It still was a frustrating puzzle, which is why it stays in my head as a really annoying one. And the other time puzzles, like I said, were just hard, but not annoying hard. Also, it is the one room where we killed Dio accidentally, so it is a good room because Dio dies in it. Man, I'm such an asshole. The bee garden. The bee garden in itself was not that much of an annoying puzzle. My worst gripe with the bee garden was that I had only I know why they did it with the scale, that it doesn't allow you to brute force it, which is kinda okay, but I'm a trial and error guy. And being told after 2 turns of not figuring out the right scales, just that I will get forced into easy mode if I fuck up too much, was a bit of a sour spot for me. I don't like it if the game forces me into easy mode because it thinks my skill issue is too hard, because I'm a fucking Dark Souls player. If I'm struggling, I will struggle with Stride. And other than that, it wasn't that much of an annoying room. It was just that one thing that tipped me off wrong. Because I wanted to try and error the scaling, and then I wasn't allowed to, and then I had to try and error on the passcodes. Even though I figured it out relatively fast, because I knew what the lightest and the heaviest was at this point, and that means I had only 3 variables to work with. That being forced into easy mode just left a bit of a sour spot, but I am glad that the bee garden is the only room that did this. Because I think if other rooms did this as well, I would have a much lesser opinion of the escape rooms in VLR. The archives. Oh, I remember I struggled at the archives. I think it was mostly not the dices this time. I think it was because I struggled a bit with the books, because I didn't check the books properly again. Other than that, what else was there? I think something with the there was something with the dice, but I can't remember it. Yeah, I think the one with the books was the most annoying part, but this was on me, which is why I'm not that mad at it. The archives were an interesting room, and it really I liked the system with the books. After I figured it out, it was sneaky to a degree. It was just yeah, it threw me off, but not in a bad way. It was just, again, a bit struggling, but in a good way. Like, I like the puzzles when they're challenging, at least if they're not so challenging that I get feral again. Which I still apologize to you, Pat, for, because sometimes you got the brunt of my rage after that, which shouldn't be the case. What you did with the dice first was you tried to match colors and numbers when was two different things. Oh yeah, right, there was something like that. Control. Oh, what was the the control room. Aka, you didn't need to have the 6 red. Yeah, exactly that. There was that thing. The control room? Wasn't the control room also the one with the square root? Because I remember this was like a second escape room. I think... Okay. I think the control room was funny for me for the reason... on one hand, the... way that paper with the letters and the arrow worked was a bit funny because I got thrown off by the standard going from highest to lowest, even though how it says I should go. Threw me off, but that was just me. I found that interesting. Also, I remember, yes, it is the root thing, and this is the part. The rainbow root thing was funny because unlike in like the treatment center where I struggled with the time thing, and I think there was another room where I had a similar problem, where I knew what to do, I just didn't know how to do it. Which was then when I had to pull out the calculator for the first time and like pulled in the equation to figure out how to get to the percentage of something to then root it out, lol. To figure out what numbers to put in the square in the rainbow root, which wasn't hard and interesting puzzle, which I wasn't even mad this time, even though I did struggle to figure it out, but it leaves a fond memory because it was interesting to a degree. Maybe because this one equation, even though I did it wrong first, but this one equation to figure out how to get the percentage of something with an equation is one of the things I liked in math, because it is one of the things that I have easy in my head. Even though I have it wrong in my head, it is one of the things I keep in my head. And hopefully this will improve in the future for me. I think we only have now the white rooms now. This will be a critic of its own. The security room was the one we did last time. Yes, we did the rec room 2 streams ago, not 1 week ago. We started in security last time because I got tired, and I think since this isn't that far gone, that escape room, it still is in my head. I know the biggest problem I had with this one was figuring out the passcodes on the stairs. But this, I don't know if this is just me not thinking it through, or me being an idiot for that matter. I don't want to blame the game completely, but I think the security room had a bit of a design flaw with the way how you... because I imagine the room being kind of peanut shaped because of it, with the floor in the middle being a bit smaller at the stairs. I think it was a bit of a design flaw that the passcodes were on the colored stairs. Like, I know it says just the stairs are colored and there are random letters, so those might be the passcodes for the colored chairs and shit. Makes sense, but the way you look around in the room, it's very hard to look at the stairs or realize that there is something at the stairs when the room is is dark, especially since there is another thing that gets in your focus when the room is dark, and those are the glowing shelves. So I don't know if this is intentional or not, but without your tip pad, I wouldn't have figured out to look for the passcodes at the stairs, on the colored stairs. Even though I made a joke about it when we ended the stream some days ago. some days ago, the day when we ended the stream last time, I even made a joke about the colored stairs, and then I didn't went to the colored stairs even. Also, again, smallest gripe though, I found that I must say though, I don't know if this is just a problem of the port, but then we go back to the viewer focus we had previously. Yes. Another thing, but this is more of this Game Boy DS port thing. I think the time, what's it called? This hourglass puzzle was a bit too easy for a white room. That's why you said it's not that much a problem, and now you admitted yourself on something else. Ah, you mean because of the HUD thingy in Genshin. I can go into the topic with you later in private though, because this is a bit of a rabbit hole I don't want to go into yet. Because, well, here on the PC version, I saw every single segment of this hourglass in the puzzle. Which means the moment you figure out that the 4-second clock has only 4 segments, therefore every segment is a second, it's easy to figure out how many segments is there in a clock, in an hourglass. You just have to count them. You could do the mathematic route and check it out and cross-reference with the other hourglasses, but why should you? Every fucking segment is a second, you have just to count them. Which made it a bit piss easy, especially since you had 2 reference points to cross-reference that instead, that you figured out, okay, the 4-second clock has 4 segments and this 11-second hourglass has 11 segments. I said clock the whole fucking time, but hourglasses aren't just prehistoric clocks, so fuck me, I guess. So this was a bit easy. And this is now the smallest nitpick I will give the security room. Like, it took me a bit to figure out what it meant with not all words I need, you can erase them, because I just thought I had to erase them in the puzzle and not just turn off the screens, because that felt almost like metagaming in the game of like the word doesn't get erased, it just didn't get access to, which is kind of funny to think about it. I was kind of confused that I managed to figure out that I need to use the other 3 words that I erased for the secret passcode, but I have to put them also in the right position. This was a bit, of course, after a little bit of trial and error, it just works, and it wasn't just there isn't some other secret message instead I have to figure out. But it was weird that, again, that it was this combination of not only the right position, combination, but also the right position. It wasn't that worse in the security room, but we saw what happened to me earlier in the fucking dice room. So, this was the director's office. The director's office wasn't... Okay, hear me out. The director's office itself wasn't that much of an annoying escape room, for that matter. The weirdest thing was, I think, that I got I didn't have to use the balloon because it was just there to give me a better sight on the ladders, and that I kinda accidentally brute forced the H letter in the puzzle because of the whole. It has to be a real word, which I then got thrown off later in something like the security room where the passcodes wasn't just normal words, it was gibberish for that matter. And the only letter you can form with that segments of letters there was H, and I just thought it was weirdly formed until I figured out I was supposed to put the right books in so I can only see a normal H, and I just didn't. I just realized with the clues I already had that it was an H. It was kind of funny. My worst gripe though is the parallelogram. Like, I know it was only needed for the hard mode, puzzle. It was mostly a geometry thing. But funny enough, I can better think in 3D rooms than in 2D rooms apparently, because I did so many tests on myself and with professional help for different reasons, how good I am in 3-dimensional room thinking, but the moment 2-dimensional geometry comes in the room, I might as well apparently be an idiot, because that fucking parallelogram just fucked me over on so many levels. And it pissed me off, I remember that, and I was just annoyed at some point. Which, I'm glad it didn't ruin the whole stream for me that day, but it was really fucking annoying for me. And the fact that it felt so weirdly out of place even, because, yeah, there was a parallelogram in that one scotch bottle then. But other than, I think it wasn't even supposed to be with that thing. But that the whole, that fucking puzzle had to load up. The only reason I didn't do it in the beginning was because it had to boot up, and I did the whole other room thing. Then it boot up, and I just got thrown into... It felt like going down a road, and suddenly it gets not even bumpy anymore, but just... You just get thrown into a whole stop, was it for me. I'm not a big fan of the parallelogram. I like the director's office as the rest of a puzzle, but that one parallelogram, maybe it felt out of place because it just generates so much hate for me. But other than that, it just it's weird. I don't not a big fan of it. Oh Jesus, that room is low. And then we have the queue room. The queue room, I find it interesting, because but then I have also to talk again about how the pathing is built, because of the whole, I can only go... It is out of place. Okay, good. Thank God that I'm not alone in this. I didn't talk about the timeline, how it works with the whole I have to figure out shit again. I will get to it once we get to the characters again. Because it felt so not connected to anything. Exactly, thanks. Good, it's really not me. I like how the queue room is really a best of to some degree. Like, it has something from not every escape room, from most escape rooms. It was a bit hard now to figure out the whole, what's it called? The whole, Minesweeper thingy, to figure everything out. Like, the books for the dices were the most annoying for me to find, because it just overlapped with some shit. Also, to the same degree, though, it's set only if only the correct ones are lit up, and it lit up when I didn't have it all up, because the other two were already glowing. It was, in retrospect, it was the weirdest case of foreshadowing ever, that I was on the right path by doing something else entirely accidentally. Like, accidentally sweeping the floor by falling with a bucket of water for accidentally, kind of thing. It is a weird metaphor, but in my head it makes sense. I mean, the dices weren't that... The dices I hate now, because I just remember that we had the dices from the archives. And in the archives it was just one number there, and then again on the floor for the secret passcode. Then it was okay. But the way it was designed this time, I also had the dices completely in the right position and the right number up. That was just a breaking point again, because it annoyed the shit out of me. And again, I apologize for crashing out on you, Pat, because you didn't deserve it. I was just really fucking pissed at that moment. It's kind of funny how they ruined the dice minigame in the queue room, but completely improved on the darts minigame in there. Because I could handle the darts better, because first of all, I knew what I was doing, because I did it the same way I did in the first darts room, and I didn't have to go lowest to highest this time. I just had to do it properly. I just had to find the right numbers, and not also had to figure out which numbers are too high or too low to not use them, and still get a fucking number right. Wait, wasn't there three? Oh wait, there were 3 puzzles. What was the third one? Oh yeah, it was the puzzle from the security room again with the lights. That was just me doing trial and error again until it wasn't completely trial and error. It was, of course I felt I did of course do some thing of a sequence because I figured out what will react how and tried if it works. And my worst problem there being not counting that I have only 5 tries to do so and just did until it failed or it did work. But other than that, the Q room in itself and from the concept, especially by the way the pathing is done for the story, it was an interesting room. It was just like the dices were handled poorly. Like, make me do one thing or make me do the other, but don't make me do 3 things that have to be in perfect sequence, please. Because this was to some degree just fucking annoying then. Because I remember I liked to do this with the dices in the archives, but not anymore in the queue room then. Also to think about that little small computer that we used to access the passcode or the passwords were also the one where we where apparently 03 and everything worked in was interestingly weird. But hey, the terminal of a quantum computer doesn't have to be the whole fucking quantum computer, am I right? So yeah, that is my gripe to the escape rooms. Before we go to the characters again, it's also funny to think about how most timelines had their own struggle. Like, the yellow timeline worked way harder with the whole theming of Radical 6. The blue cyan timeline worked way more with the bombs. And the pink timeline was a bit focused on the whole who killed the woman. Which was interesting. Also, I remember they did this also in the finale of 999. With the whole, I need context from other timelines to know how to open the safe for where Snake was in. But I liked, and by that matter, I also liked how they locked us out of certain story sequences. But you know exactly when you can go back to a timeline when you figured out what you got. Like with the whole, what's the long string of numbers? The moment I saw it in Dio's timeline, I figured it out. The whole who planted the bombs. I knew at least 5 times over that it was Dio, just Sigma didn't know it yet. And it was funny because I think, Pat, you told me that Sigma's ending is the true ending and that it just wasn't. It was Phi's ending which was the true ending. And you can see it again, almost like in 999, how long Phi's timeline goes and even splits up 3 times. It's 4 times. What? 1, 2. Yeah, 4 times to reach to reach certain segments. And with that out of the way, I can now talk about the characters. Luna, I remember. Let's not talk about the endings. Let's talk about the characters again. At this time, the characters have all their own endings and are just not all numbers and shit. So it's also harder to figure it out because there were like 3 paths in 999 that were just wrong, and then there was the one true path, which made me easier to just criticize the characters in itself, even when they have this time just all have their own ending and shit. But I mean, we can go a bit over both because after all the endings also explain more about the characters. So let's start with Luna. It's kind of funny for me to think how the only way Luna fitted in the whole shtick is by her not being anything but a golem or robot android for that matter. Like, every other character got a reason to be in the Nonary game besides Luna, and they just wrote her as she was an asset. She was basically, it sounds evil to say this, but she's basically like the Morgana in Persona 5. She's here as a kind of independent supervisor. Don't know where I'm going with this. The golem twist was interesting, but maybe it's just the way I am. I just didn't think it kind of felt weird to say it didn't feel necessary for her to be a golem. Like, after all, she's later explained almost everything if Tenmyoji didn't explain it. Other than that, she was, most of the time, she was the nurse. She took care of Quark, she took care of the Atom, she knew what to do and what not to do. Of course, it was not because she was a nurse, but because she was a golem and all. But I kind of liked... I'm not saying I like her less in that sense, but I liked her more as just that innocent nurse that tries to be nice and be and did never choose betray. Her ending was sad also because of it, and it sounds almost hypocritical because how I said how I didn't like June being all that innocent and all that, but I think a bit of context is necessary because not only was June zero again, by the way, or at least to some part this time, Sigma or Sigma Crim was the true zero, but Akane was again involved. And also Akane was just this almost forced damsel in distress. Like, if Luna was in danger, it was most often because of the circumstances, not because she had the soul damsel in distress route. Other than that, Luna was just a really nice girl. I can get why you like her. Like I said, I don't really like the whole she's a golem thing. I mean, one character apparently in the party had to be a golem, but it's weird that it's Luna. For me personally. And even with all that knowledge, basically, I don't think she deserved being in the Nonary game. Like, she didn't deserve any of that. Not her ending, not her participation in the Nonary game, and I don't care if she's a robot or not, she just didn't deserve being part of all this shit. K got weirder, or K got for me weirder the farther we got into the story. Like, first he seemed like the kinda neutral mediator, then he picked multiple times betray. He had this kinda gentle giant vibe, but also on the same degree, it just, the more we found out about him, the more confusing he got for me. Especially now with the revelation as Kyle, or even Akane for that matter. It was just, at this point, I just didn't know what to think of K anymore. Like, he started like 7 with amnesia and shit, but I think 7's case of amnesia got a little bit more interesting handled because, I mean, both had the problem of they have amnesia because if they hadn't, they would just have the whole fucking plot figured out, and if 7 had his memories from the beginning, he would have beaten the shit out of Ace, and I would be here for it. But K, I don't know why, even though he has same properties as 7, I think I liked 7 more as K with that whole amnesiac gentle giant act. And like I said, K got more confusing the farther we got in, especially with the whole he has Sigma's face, which is a whole other problem in itself, which we go later to on Sigma's case, but it started as an enigma and ended as a worst enigma for me. Especially because you have now to explain to me how Akane apparently had a voice changer in that thing to sound exactly like Sigma, or Kyle for that matter. Because I could hear in the epilogue earlier how he just sounded like himself without the armor, without the echo effect of the armor. How did Akane do this without... I mean, most likely we have voice changers in 74, maybe. Even though the world got nuked 50 years ago. But yeah, I can't say, like I said, K started as an enigma and ended as an enigma in wave, in cursive. And in a way I can't really say I like. Dio can rot in so many layers of hell. He deserved every bad thing that happened to him. I said it earlier that it was a bit harsh how he ended in the US, and that he stays an enigma is the point, but listen to both K and Height is sound different, it's different voice actors even. Oh, I have to check the credits for that again, but I just believe you on this one. Both have the voice changer in the armor. Huh. Anywho. I said it earlier that it was a bit harsh how he ended in the treatment pod, but this motherfucker, this left terrorist motherfucker, deserved every bad thing that happened to him. I don't even care that he killed Akane for that matter. I just didn't like him. He was an asshole. He had such a high ego for being just a clone because he was the clone of Left. The clone of Brother's brother. The ultimate guy. Cause I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. This fucker is just a carbon copy of a brother of a terrorist who has no idea how to deal with grief. Left ain't shit, brother ain't shit, but worst of all, Dio ain't shit. How can you be so fucking pretentious when you're nothing but the copy of a lesser man? If Left was that much of a holy figure as brother has made him, he wouldn't have been died. Oh, my English is so broken right now. I have a big problem with undeserved ego. But having an undeserved ego and being an asshole, Dio, my friend, you're a Blood Elf rogue main. I can feel it in my blood. You main Blood Elf rogue and then say GG easy after CC locking an enemy the whole fucking game. I don't even want to get into the whole good and evil thing. I just hate this guy. I never was that petty over him like I was in the Phi ending. He got rider kicked, he got chained up to the fucking sink, he was almost left to rot if we didn't figure out we were on the fucking moon. And he took a child's life hostage. Not even just a child hostage, he took a child's life hostage. Like, you can say what you want about the 9th man in 999 who instantly put a knife on fucking Clover, but Dio was ready to let Quark die just so he can save his own miserable life for his own miserable mission. Because you can't tell me how fucking funny it must have been in the Dio End timeline for this fucker to be like, oh yes, I saved the world, all hail Myrmidon, just to figure out you're 45 years in the future. Everyone is dead, brother is dead, the world is dead, by your own fucking Radical 6. You fucking pretentious piece of shit. Like, I found it funny when he called all of us animals for trying to kill each other via the AB game because he said he was a fucking circus director. But the only fucking circus in this room is Dio fucking Left. You can rot in hell for all I care, you fucking son of a bitch. I think this isn't even Renoir level or Ace level of I hate this guy. This is just, I will kick you in the nuts laughing because you're a pathetic piece of shit with an undeserved ego. You aren't even worth being born, you're a fucking clone. You haven't even had a mother to love you. You're nothing but a copy of a lesser man and think you're something better because of it. But nah, Dio knew all the time he is in the future. He is the one of the ones in the know because Akane's planet was his plan to stop the time travel. Okay, yeah, right. I forgot about that part for a second in the heat of the moment. Still, this fucker, he can rot in so many levels of hell for all I care. You are not the man you think you are lesser than that. I have normally respect for like clones, androids, and human copies and all that shit, but not if you're fucking Dio. You even are named after an asshole. Because we are his only enemies who can stop us. Yeah, like I said though, he can just rot in hell for all I care. Okay. Back to topic. Tenmyoji. Gonna be but good, you understand now why the fandom hates him. Oh, I know why I hate him. I didn't even was talking about the bombs at this point. I just hate him for all the other things he did. We didn't even talk about how he always instantly opened the AB gate in round 2. And then was like, oh, if I had known that, I wouldn't have done that. Bitch, your mission was win the AB game, win the non-area game. You would have done this anyway if you knew about it. Heck, most likely in some timelines where he was with us and got the note himself, he would have done it just for just so he has an easy win. Back to topic. Tenmyoji. This is again kind of funny to the same degree as how I said that Luna being a golem doesn't feel that relevant, but also kinda is for the story. Tenmyoji being Junpei was kind of a ball. What's the name for it? It's some pitching technique from baseball. I don't know. Left field. Tenmyoji being Junpei was a weird surprise, but because they just feel so much like different characters. Of course, a lot can happen between 45 years. A person will change in almost half a millennium. But by how... I think I made some jokes about him being Junpei when he had the picture of Akane and all. Also, plus the whole... Seven doesn't know where Junpei is, and then Junpei is right here with us. Maybe also talk about it. Where the fuck is Ace then? Where the fuck was Ace in all this? Are you telling me that after the second Nonary game, Akane and Santa split paths, and then Akane just did the next preparation for the next Nonary game after she realized she can time jump? I mean, imagine in Zero Time Dilemma we get Sigma, Phi, and the rest of the crew from 999 or some shit. Maybe without Tenmyoji though. I think but other than that, Tenmyoji was an as his own character, because let's now think about it. I didn't know until now that he is Junpei. Ace was 30 in 999, now go plus 50 years. Oh, Jesus Christ, he is old as fuck. Oh, did I say Ace? I mean Santa. I meant Santa, not Ace. Ace was most likely given to the police. I was asking what happened with Santa, because Santa and Akane did the second Nonary game after all. Back to topic. We have to think about now that until... like 2 hours ago, I didn't know who the fuck Tenmyoji was Junpei, so I will treat him as a secondary character. Because also the whole thing with him having something to do with Akane or knowing Akane was mostly foreshadowed in the director's office, and after that it's he was mostly an old fuck. An old man with his grandson in a fucking death game. And I think for that matter he was properly good written. Because his main focus for that matter also was to find Quark. Maybe that's also the thing why I differentiate him so hard from Junpei. Because almost every fucking time when we were separated from Akane in 999, Junpei was screaming for Akane. And that just didn't happen. Because Akane was mostly not involved, and for half the timelines he thought he was dead. He thought she was dead. And other than that, Tenmyoji, he was rough, but I think this comes with his age. I have nothing bad in that case to say about Junpei, Tenmyoji, besides him being sometimes just a bit rough, like I said. But most often or not, it was either because we fucking betrayed him, or it was to save Quark. Because Quark was his most important thing to save in the whole Nonary game. Which is funny, because if we think how the story now unfolded in the end, it was kind of funny to think that he was also looking for Akane, but it just almost didn't come up, and his main focus was the whole time Quark. Like, you forgot sometimes that, I forgot in most times that he had this picture of Akane. He saw the world go under and never found Akane, so yeah, I would go rough as well after that. Yeah, like I said, it's not a bad character trait of him. It is a bad character trait, but not an non-understandable one. So I completely see why he is the way he is. Going to Quark, like, I found this funny that let's talk about that. His story got explained in the Tenmyoji ending for all that things. And his just that weird side story about the root beer floats, even though it makes more sense in the. I mean, I could have also said maybe it's a bit expensive just in the bar Tenmyoji was going in, and I didn't even consider that. The world might be just fucked, especially since just working as a scavenger is not that money bringing, most likely. I can't say as Quark is in a one sentence, he is missing 90%. Exactly. Like, Quark had two character traits. Being out of the game because of his Radical 6 infection, or getting framed by Dio. And, well, it's Dio, of course, he is an asshole. Quark was either Dio's victim or out of the game. Like, I don't even know in how many times we even had him. And the funniest thing for me, I say it again, the funniest thing for me is that Quark's ending is just, oh yeah, we saved all our asses. Dio got out, so we can't go out of the, we are stuck here, but hey, at least Quark is safe. Oh, hey Alice, what's with the knife? And the game ends. That Quark's ending is just Alice committing suicide in another. The moment Alice commits suicide in another room than the crew quarters, the game ends. That's hardware limitations, ladies and gentlemen. But we go to that also to Alice. Clover. Also funny that her ending is just the everyone dies suicide ending, which isn't even a game over, it's just an ending. I say it again, what the fuck happened to your clothing style, girl? Because even if for you only 1 or 2 years happened between the second and the third Nonary game, why do you dress so fucking slutty as a secret agent, girl? You're 21. Act like it. Also, I'm very glad that we didn't have any axes in this game. And she still catched a body with fucking Luna in the end. Other than that, Clover didn't change much between 999 and VLR for me personally, besides, well, now she's a secret agent and she had this... I can't even say she had a weird obsession with Alice. They were both secret agents, they were a tag team, they were meant to work together, and besides that, I think 1 or 2 times where she tried to convince me in the AB rooms to take the blame for her going fucking psychological warfare on me and trying to convince me to shit. She was a woman on a mission, basically, for that matter. But she did... Yeah, I think all I could say about her didn't change much from what I could say about her in 999. Other than, well, she was trying to kill everyone if we didn't tell her how Radical 6 makes you suicidal because she thought one of us killed Alice, if Alice is most of the time just killing herself. I think the only time she didn't kill herself was in the time where Dio killed her. And that was when she figured out about the knife in the number 9... quantum antimatter bomb. Speaking of Alice, aka how many times can I kill myself in the crew quarters? I think it was 5 times at this point, by the way. And I think I said something around the lines of I hate her. I hate her even more than Lotus, because Lotus at least got likable in the end, but Alice got at worst tolerable. Because if she wasn't secret agent mode, she was just a bitch. Also, again, and now that I think about it, I think it's her fault even. Alice, dear, please don't wear just a fucking gold ring that keeps the PG rating up. Because one sprint and your titties are shown. The problem is with the obsession is Clover is still a trainee, but the only one that could go on the mission, and that after she got saved by Alice once of her life of a death scenarios. Yeah, and also that, so a bit of codependency is understandable that it happened. It's not a critique point, like I said. I can kind of understand the way Clover is. It might be weird the first time, but it just adds up once you see, once you have the whole context and all, and this is maybe a part. Funny enough, similar to Quark, Alice also is by proxy most of the time not out of the game because she's dead in the crew quarters. And also, like I said, she just acts like an absolute bitch most of the time. She's either hyper professional or just a bitch. And that was just annoying to some degree. Especially since she had that whole one timeline where we betray her, she allies, we ally, she betrays. Which made the whole time travel jumping thing weird again. And I'm glad it happened only this once, because I would have been gone confused. I think because it happened that early for me in the timeline, in the game, in the first AB game I did, it left a mark on me, because I think like every fucking time we did the AB game, I was checking if the timeline was changed. Alice is no Lotus, sadly. Yeah. Also, it's kind of funny to think that the only thing we had with Alice in comparison to 999 was just she was talked about in 999 as a myth, was suddenly showing up in the epilogue scene, and then she's a main character, and the whole thing just almost doesn't come up with the Ice 9 again, which is might be better for the case. It feels like just a random insertion of, in 999 she was a mythos that suddenly showed up as real in the ending, doesn't get explained any further, and is then an almost established character in VLR. And now that I think about it, by the way, Alice and Clover were talking about going back in time via Schrodinger's cat theorem, makes me think that those two bitches are back in Zero Time Dilemma. This is gonna be fun. But other than that, yeah, Alice is, like I said, either a bitch or dead in the crew quarters. So there's nothing much to say. Oh my fucking god, Sigma. That grindset of a person. I found his fucking cat puns kind of funny. I'm glad they didn't came up that much. I think they came up in like 3 timelines. But big booty butt incoming. God fucking damn it. The moments where he went into pervert mode are now way worse than I think about that he was an old man the whole fucking time from what he looked like. So for every other person besides himself, he seemed like fucking Master Roshi when he got perverted again. Now that I think about it. Those were like the moments where I was not glad that I voice acted him. And other than that, I think it's weird to say, Junpei in 999 at least seemed kind of a self-thinking person, even though he was off window into the game. But Sigma, unless we were in a room, in like every novel sequence, he was very fucking slow, and not because of the Radical 6. The whole twist with him being Zero was kinda fucking interesting. I mean, it would also explain how we saw Zero Senior, but nobody looks like Zero Senior, and it might have been K, but it couldn't have been, and it also might have been Tenmyouji, but he couldn't have been. It was the weirdest, but also most interesting way to clear the whole up who the fuck is Zero Senior. And it also made the plot interesting and confusing at the same time. Other than that, it was, most of the things just got cleared up with the epilogue now. Like, why the fuck does he have cybernetic arms? Why the fuck does he, why the fuck can he time jump? What makes him so special that he can time jump? It's just that he can, and therefore he abuses it, and he wasn't made special, he is used that specialty to save the world. Is kind of an interesting, I would almost say self-made legend. But you find that kind of fan service bad, you can be happy to know the Somnium Files, aka the series after Zero escaped the project Kamanidata is way worse. He has the whole power by being horny. What is he, like the shonen pervert? He can't die because he's horny on main? Like, Sigma's whole fucking plot just got way weirder with the finale now. But not in an interesting manner. And I mean, he most likely will be relevant again in VLR. But the weird connection he had to... Now that I think about it, if we think about how Kay... Okay, at least in the timelines where Akane is dead, when Kay got his memories back, he just saw Sigma and saw his fucking father. And he wasn't... And for whatever reason, he was not going to talk about it with him. Are we already at Phi? Is this already Phi's ending time? Yeah, I say it like it is. Phi is an enigma. Like, she said it herself that she is a fucking enigma. As the moment he gets horny, his brain processing power gets in hyperspeed and he can dodge bullets. What the fuck? What the fuck? Back to the topic at hand. Phi? I now see what you mean with that the female protagonist, I think you'll call her love interest in VLR, will be more interesting than Akane for me. Because it's funny how Phi was most of the time the straight person, but still cracked jokes and shits. And that her superhuman strength just got explained by we are on a fucking moon. It also just felt like Phi is just there and has autism powers to some degree. She knows Latin, she knows how to hack things, she just figures out shit on the spot. But well, the game is a bit more sci-fi in many regards, so much so that one of the main characters is almost a 90% Kamen Rider coded and designed. Oh god, why am I in these Somnium files? I think, to be fair, I think I have to make up my picture of Phi in Zero Time Dilemma though. And yeah, also the whole finale, it was a weird, interesting but weird clusterfuck in the end. Like a lot, like it's almost impressive how almost all questions that didn't got resolved in another timeline got resolved in the epilogue now. And they even, again, implemented the time jump system, but this, like, the time jumps we used or we had to do to get to the certain endings felt a bit like almost random to some degree. Like, it was just a, well, isn't that practical kind of moment. And then they utilized it for the finale properly with those split paths that just now only get available with the context. Is interesting how they use this feature. Yeah, you have not seen anything of Phi. She only gets explained in ZTD. Oh, this is gonna be fun. So, yeah, overall, after 40 hours, I can say with some hurdles, like some a bit difficult and annoying puzzles besides, which were, like I said, there were like, most of the puzzles were challenging, 3 were annoying. But I have to say this, we have not 1 protect there, but 3 protects. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be some Psycho 6 level of fun, isn't it? Yeah, like I said, after 40 hours, I can say this game is really fun, even though it's funny to think about how the timelines are so split apart and then still make sense. And hey, we went overdrive with the timelines splits. No, we just had to make you stronger. It's kind of a funny explanation why there are so many split paths in game overs. It's just we had to make your ability stronger. With that said, though, I need a break from puzzle games. I know there will be only one stream between one game between this and Zero Time Dilemmas, so I can keep up with the plot and all that shit. But let me say it like this: I think after Zero Time Dilemma, I don't want to play a puzzle game for a long time, because as much as puzzle games are fun, they are also to the same degree really annoying for me sometimes. Because even though I'm not that completely ape shit in puzzles, I'm getting really easily frustrated. And even I have an ego with my depression, and it just annoys the heck out of me. It's just, I know it's a skill issue, and this is the worst part of it. So, the next game... Oh, I have to... The thing is, I don't even have to think. I'm in the absolute mood for a Sonic game for the next stream on Saturday. So, because of that, I will most likely play a Sonic game on Saturday. The question will only be what? Because I have some candidates, minus Sonic Generation, because we already went through that game. But I'm also in the mood for what's it called? For a fucking 3D Sonic game. So, no Sonic CDs, 1, 2, 3 or Mania for that matter. I will think about it, because I have Sonic Unleashed on my plate, but also I don't want to do it yet. This will come another time. But I still want to play the boost formula game. You had me... You're a fucking genius, Pat. Because like I just said, I was thinking about a game with the boost formula. But if I think about it out loud, the only games with the boost formula we have are 06, Unleashed, Colors, Generations, Forces, and Frontiers. I think Frontiers will be with the time I play, it would be that long. I don't want to play Frontiers yet. Like I said, I have something prepared for Unleashed, which is why I not want to play Unleashed yet. I don't know if I want to play P06, the recompiled mod, or if I want to somehow try to get the original Sonic 06 running somewhere somehow. You had me at Colors though. Then I have to check if I can get my hands on Colors Ultimate Edition now. I will see about that anyway. So we will most likely be the Blue Blur again. This is a weird name for him, by the way. We will most likely be again the Blue Blur next Saturday. Until then, I thank everyone for watching. Even if it didn't sound like that most of the time, I enjoyed the game. And we will see each other on Saturday. Not on this date though. Bye-bye.